Up everybody. Good day, good day. Hello Kanamoy. Thank you so much. I didn't do better. That was good enough, I guess, for this time around. Oh, Platinum 3. Long way to go here. Thank you, thank you. Hello C-Troll2. Hello and welcome. Gonna start doing some debriefing once Buddy's Day. How you guys doing? How did you enjoy the tournament? If you were playing or if you're watching? Thank you, Money Mines. Thank you. Welcome to Draft Club. Most of you guys have been, if you've been around for a while, it's maybe the first time you speaking out, so welcome. Maybe you're just coming in for the first time. Or maybe not. In any case, welcome. Salut Colin. Ben merci, merci beaucoup. It's a PTP. Oh, from Japan, yeah, from Japan that was pretty bad. Like starting at, like, what time did they finish? What time did we finish yesterday? It was 3 AM. So it was what, 12? It was midday. So starting at like 1 to midday, something like that. 1 in the morning, that's pretty bad. So what are you guys interested in in knowing? Standard or historic? Merci Von Turgon. Merci Clamat. Merci à vous. So these are the decks I play. I'm gonna favorite them. Here we go. So these are two decks I played at the tournament. I went 6-1 historics and 6-2 in standard. What's up, GPA? I really enjoyed the decks I played. I'm really happy with the versions I had. Historic was a little wild, but we'll get to that soon. Standard was actually pretty okay. I was kind of scared because some of my teammates were not really too confident, even though I really was. There are a couple of changes I would make. Oh, I see. Yeah, because yeah. Regular lurkers are cool too. They don't speak much, but that's the point of lurking, right? But yeah, if you're lurking and you want to, you know, speak up, that's fine too. If you don't, that's also fine. As long as you enjoy it and you come back, good. So yeah, they were not very confident in this deck. I was. There are a few changes from the versions I played before that posted. I like this one. I like this version a lot. I would change a couple of cards if I had, like, moving forward, but that's just because the metagame switch is changing. I wrote a lot about this deck, especially on my Twitter. I wrote an article like when I hit mythic first with it. Here we go. What's up, John? So what happened with this deck? The blue was a very late addition, and it was just great. So my biggest critic. So if yeah, I'll put it I'll put a link to it. If you don't know what Disdainful Stroke is about, I'll show you why. So edit command, turn Magda turn 4. What'd I do? How did I mess it up so bad? Oh, do you have to? Yes. Yeah, yeah, okay. Oh, that's good because I lost a lot. Like most of my matches, all the matches I lost were in camera. The good thing is that I don't think I threw these matches away. So that's good. So you have the full range of, if you don't know about the Sultai matchup, This is literally what you'll see, what you'll experience with this decks against Sultai. So you can either have like this. Bom dia, Joker. Muito obrigado. Like you can have like these super slow draws, and your opponent can have the nuts and kill all your dudes. That's what's happening in game 1. And if they have like turn 2 removal, turn 3 removal, turn 3 cultivate into turn 5 or 6 ultimatum, you're gonna lose to the Aquarius. And this is pretty much what's happening in game 1. Shahar is like the nut draw, and I can't do anything. My hand is super. My hand is. I don't have a third land. He has like 20 removal. And he has a turn 5 ultimatum. I have like, and yeah, this is these are the games you lose. This like he had the nuts. You don't do any. You can't do anything. So now I'm just like checking if he is missing the ultimatum, as in checking if he's misclicking. He's not, so I lose. So Windsor. So after board, I brought in the strokes and the Acronoir, and he brings in all the removal. So I know exactly how the Sultai deck works because I well we tested on the same team, and I actually played that Sultai deck a lot, so I know exactly how, well, what to do against it. Okay, let's move forward. So this hand is a little slow on the play, but actually it doesn't really matter because I have giant. I have a, like the first 2 turns are not really that relevant unless you have the nuts, and after you can't really mulligan because they have so many spot removal in game 1 that it doesn't, like, your first creatures are not going to survive. So it doesn't really matter. Chariot is what really matters at this point. So here I'm not sure why he kills my Sentinel, because at this point it doesn't really do anything. And he probably could have Haven here. And yeah, maybe killing that Sentinel was a little early. Oh man, that was tough. Salut Benito. Merci à toi. Okay, and then this hand is like against this is really good because that he's just like putting mana, and like unless he has a wrath, like an actual Shadow's Verdict, my hand is really good. Gergeras, I'm like, yep, that I'm happy about this because now he's just dead. Mode Warzone, possible, hein? Franchement, possible, Windsor. Jusqu'au prochain PT, ça fait 5 ou 6 mois. Hein? Alright, and this turn is pretty key, because now I attack for like 14. And this is what the Acronoir does in this matchup. Just take 1 Gargaroth. I don't want to have too many because in the starting hand makes your hands too clunky when you have too many of them while waiting for them to have a creature, and sometimes they don't. They just play ultimatum, and you don't have a creature. Now he's on 2 and he's just dead. I don't think he can come back with the ultimatum. Like there's no out. But the good thing is, like, game 3 is the most impressive. I'm happy I actually got to play this game, especially on stream. So this hand is like, this hand looks very good, but it's pretty, is it fragile? If Shahar has a removal, my hand doesn't do anything. Cachez les enfants. If Shahar has a removal right now for Sentinel, and now I draw like this draw was super key as well, because now I have a turn 3 counterspell, and so for some reason, yeah, stroke was really good there. Yeah, usually not great, but finally I got one good one finally. And here, so on the cover you say, oh no, I can't counter the binding. I can counter the binding. Yeah, I don't understand why he didn't binding here. That was like, at this point I'm like, okay, well this game is gonna be decided right now. If he doesn't have anything strong, I'd probably just win. And you can see my face when he brings Yorion. Oh wait, I'm gonna put it at regular speed. Like, bringing Yorion here was, yeah, I'm like, yep. That was. So I understand what he's thinking. He's like, well, next turn I have binding, next turn I have Yorion, I'm gonna kill everything. But that's not respecting at all the like this combination. Yeah, I thought like his hand is bad, but this hand was actually pretty good. Like I didn't think his hand was that. I really thought his hand was really, that was super greedy, and that's, I'm not telling, like, I think like Shar is an amazing player, and that's not I'm that's not what I'm saying. I think it was like not respecting the deck, not giving the deck enough credit. Now that did something, because Yorion does, like, then he can binding into Yorion. That was the idea. But that's not considering that this deck can actually kill you in 2 turns. And so what I think happened, yes, it does more than cultivate, yeah. Even to verdict wouldn't do it. Yeah, so what happened was, well, I think that's what happened, and why people didn't give this deck enough credit. Yeah, he could have played. Yeah, he could have played the Black Source here. So on the team, a few, like 4 people played Magda at the league weekend, and they had a terrible showing. They were like 30% or something, 30% win rate, and that kind of put the, like, the deck was not under the rate. Like, he was not a target anymore. It's like, yeah, well, this deck doesn't win. People take it, but they still lose with it. So really, we shouldn't even consider this deck because it's just bad. Oh, it doesn't do enough, or just like, it's not good. And I think that's what people had in mind. And I think that's what Shahar had in mind. Like, some of us on the team played it, and like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna play that. Obrigado. Muito obrigado. So here, not killing Magda is like, yeah, well, I don't think this deck can do anything, and maybe the good draws are out there, but I've never seen it. I don't think. Well, if you played against that deck often, that you know it could be really good. Utiliser ton fond vert pour afficher un fond vert. What? Even if he thought I had a, if he thought you had a counter, yeah, if he knows I have a counter, then he plays differently. Because now he's just dead on a counter. Yeah. I would have lost 1 treasure. And I wouldn't have been able to play the dragon on turn 3. But now my hand is the nuts, because... So here I'm trying to not mess up, which is pretty important at this point. Because I have the game 1 on, like, on board. Salut Mouchet. Here maybe I should have played the land as a mountain. I think that was a small mistake, but that could have cost me. I'm not sure exactly, like, I'm roping here, so it's not like I have too much time to figure it out. Like, I could have played a smashing on the dragon to get 1 more counter, to get 1 more treasure, but it didn't matter. In the end, it didn't matter, but maybe could have. So I don't know. No, I'm not saying I have it. Maybe I remind him that I might have a counter, but I think he's fully aware I have counters in my deck. Like, he's on my team, and I said, look guys, Stroke is great in this matchup. So he knows I have counters. Yeah, it was open deck list. And I also have Snake Skin Veil in the deck, so are these kind of thinking over, trying to not mess it up faster, easier? They are different because, so the thing with the thinking over, the rope makes it very different. The rope and the misclicks make it so that the mistake is not how to say, not forgiven. What's the word I'm looking? It's unforgiving. The mistake is unforgiving. Like, if you misclick and you click pass on the wrong time, at the wrong time, you can't back up. It's finished. You're done. You lose the game. Like in paper, you do something, you tap your stuff, and you realize it's wrong. You just untap it, and that's it. There's no, like, back in the days, there was that was chess rule, like prison rules. You touch your card, you play it, you tap it. Yeah, because I paused. That's why. Arena gives you a harder time, yeah. And that gives you a much harder time. So here I'm thinking, like, is there a way around? That's like, at this point I know I win the game if I played correctly. I'm like, can I allow this dragon to die and still win? Like, can I fetch another dragon? Can you undo your play on paper? It depends how far you go. You can tap something and realize you shouldn't do it. Like, before everything resolves, you can go like, no, I don't tap this guy. As long as you don't, like, give your opponent the priority, you can go back. You can undo. Yeah, it depends what you announce, but if you go like, yeah, there are ways. So here I'm thinking, like, so is there a way I should not counter this? Took me a while, like a couple of seconds, like, no, this is just much better. And I probably win on, like, there are a few cards that just make me win on this turn. And you can see, like, yep, I think I have it. Like, this is like the best possible draw. So it takes me like a couple of seconds to make sure. At this point, you know you don't. At this point, you know you don't. Like, you have time. You have a full rope. You don't want to mess it up because you have it. And if you don't have it, I don't know, when I drew the Rimrock, I didn't know it was exactly lethal. But I knew it was very close to be lethal. So I did not check his deck list for Fog, but I was like, yeah. And this is something you play like over and over again. This might not be like, of course, you see me do it. You see me go through this motion. Like, yeah, well, this is obvious. This is how you should play the deck. This might not be obvious to everyone. So here the Innkeeper, like, oh, should I play the Innkeeper? I mean, doesn't matter. I'm not gonna do anything with my green mana anyway. So I'll play it. I play the Knight. Draw a card. Doesn't matter. Now I know I have Embercleave. I know it's a lot of damage. I haven't made the calculations. I know this is the right play anyway. And yeah, send the team and they're lethal. So yeah, and I don't know. I don't know what's going on in Shahar's mind at this point. I don't know if he realizes that it's a lot of damage. So his reaction his reaction in the chat after that was, "Geez, ref." What did he say exactly? He says, "Jesus, ref, GG's." I've never seen anyone be loved more by his deck than ref. Just was lol. That's what he said. That's what he said in the chat. So this game was felt good. Felt good because you know at the league weekend when I took my deck, won this like must be Shahar. Yeah. When I brought this in, I didn't have the right version, and then the others took it, didn't do well. I had to show this deck was good. I had to show it. I couldn't play anything else. Oh no, why? Why would you do this? So while we at it, just oh no, why? Why do you unlike? Why do you dislike my video? It's not very nice. So I had to show this deck was good because I know a lot of people dislike this deck, and not a lot of people are giving it enough credit. So what happened? What happened? Why am I playing blue? So my thought process was, so I like the deck how it was. Some of the others, like we were just one or two cards off with the others. Like Kai played it, Reed played it, Andrew played it, and someone else, and Nassif played it. So some of them like didn't play the song My Treachery. It didn't do much for me in the tournament, but I think I still like it. And Garruk was a questing beast for some of them, and some of them did not play Snakeskin Veil. They played a Primal Might. Who was on my team? So I was. So let's get from. So since everybody's here, since there are a lot of people here, we're gonna go back to the beginning. So I'm out of the MPL plays. Salut Karim. On se capte après si tu veux pour programmer nos sessions. Merci pour les bits. So I'm out of the MPL like at the last one, and the team I was playing with, it was just like all the people with no team pretty much, and I was not really feeling it. As in, I didn't have someone to work with. That was a little unorganized, and that didn't work out. That didn't work out for me at least. Uh, Before that, I was playing with Gabby and Luis for the grand finals that we ended up like doing third and fourth with Gabby. But then since when the Impel started, they're already like Reed, Huey, Andrew, Luis, Gab. Like they were all on the team, and I didn't want too many people on the MPL because you're playing the same people all the time. So you can't have too many people. Like the group of players is so small that you don't want too many people on the team. And since I was like the last edition, they're like, yeah, well, Raph, sorry, you can't play with us. I'm like, sure, I understand, no worries. That was kind of the same deal with the Frenchies, so I ended up in the other team. That was probably my bad. I could have found something else. I don't know. I don't know. The way it happened, I didn't really have a lot of options. That's why I mostly play my own decks and played on my own terms, which wasn't that end up being very good, but it was rough with little two at home and everything. So it's not like I had tons of options and ton of time to think about it. I had to find to settle on my first option. So MPL's finished for me, and as Gabby and like Reed, like, oh, do you mind if I join back? Because now I'm not in the MPL anymore, so I'm not really competing against you guys. Like, sure, let's sure. So I'm back on the team. The team is let me not forget anybody. It's Eli, Cassis, Yelger joined this time, Kai, Brent Voss, Gabby, and Cuneo, Huey, Logan, LSV, Reed, Shahar, Sperling. So some of them settled for this deck, and I'm like, yeah, I like this version. Some of them wanted more questing beast. I don't like questing beast. I still dislike it. I don't think it's good in any of the matchups. The reason is so the fourth 4-drop. I didn't like 4 chariots. I want something a little different. Against Sultai, it just doesn't do the job. Questing beast doesn't do the job because it still dies to event. It's haste, that's good, but still dies to event. Still dies to just heartless act. Thank you, Sindiskini. It's good in cycling, that's true. Cycling, that's true, but it's not great against, it's okay. The Boomer team. And it's not good against Lovestruck Beast. Basically, it's a card that's very, I think it's very unexciting. And I tried Garuk, and Garuk was just so good. Like against Sultai, you play on turn 3, you win. You can't lose if you play on turn 3. They can't deal with it. They have one card. They have Binding, and that's it. But you play it, you still attack for 3. You take for 3 more, and that's it. What do you mean Bone Crusher? You don't Bone Crusher Garrick. Garrick is 5 loyalty. And Sultai does not play Bone Crusher, so it's fine. Even if they Wrath, you still have a token generator against 9 Crushers. 9 what? Well, you still get a 3/3. And against all these token decks, the trample is very important. Like giving trample, and also it has a lot of synergy with Embercleave and Rimrock Knight. Like you guys become super big. Like they grow fat. Their trample, like they sometimes they just block with a 1/1. Oh, oh yeah. Questing Beast is not good against Bone Crusher. Never. Yes, you're right. Sorry, didn't get your thing. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Sorry. There was that was Thank you, Clover. Clover ZA1. Are you from South Africa, or is it just Clover Z? Just that means something different. Indeed. Okay. Well, I got it right. Well, hello, South Africa. Yeah. So, Garrick was my plan. We had one of the last changes I made. Everyone team was like, you have to play 10 forests and four mountains, and I always play like 9 and 5. And we're like, yeah, maybe they're right. So I changed that at the last minute, and I don't know if that was good. But in the end, yeah, I'm happy with that. I don't think it's just too hard to figure out if it's better or not. But I relied on them for that. Because it's me. It is me after a little bit of workout. La chambre, elle a fait mal. Hein. Elle a fait très très mal. And there's also the guy in the subscription also looks like me. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second, Shipye. So, and then they didn't want Song Nice Treachery. They weren't sure which one of the tap lands were good. I like them both. I think I'm fine with them. I would still keep them. I went back to the Veil in game 1 over the Great Henge. I don't know. Great Henge was good for a while, and it felt sometimes it's unexciting. Overall, I did not miss it, so I'm happy about that. I'm happy I didn't play the Henge anymore. Yeah, with open necklace, Veil is pretty important. Just one against Bone Crusher is great. So what happened was, it's towards the end of the reason I play Disdainful, how it came to Disdainful Stroke. So towards the end of the testing, I really wanted to play this one, the Mythos of Vadrock, and I was like, man, this card is great, and we can also like kick it. We can play it with white and blue. We just have to play like some of the pathways. And I tried to sell to the team, like, look guys, why aren't we playing some blue pathways, some white pathways? It doesn't actually hurt the mana base, and we could kick the Mythos. And they were like, oh, no, like, this is so taxing. Like, it just opens up for so much misplays. Like, if you play the pathway the wrong way, then you end up with white mana when you don't need it, and you just lose the game, and it's so taxing. Like, why would you take so much risk for something that will never happen? Like, on paper, maybe, because you're not gonna make the mistake. You're not gonna make the mistake of, you know, playing the wrong pathway in paper, but on Arena, it's very real. It's very real. So they're like, no, we're not gonna play it. Thank you so much, Ramen Noodle Bug. Sorry, hope I didn't. Let me give you the. I think I put it in the. If you check on the Discord, for the decks the decks I played, check on the Discord. There's a channel on the Strixhaven, the Strixhaven Strix Champs, and you have all the you have the decks in arena format. So they didn't want to play the pathways. And I was saying, like, until very late, I had 2 Acronoirs and 1 Vortex. The Vortex, the more I played the Vortex, the more I hated it, because some of the times it was good, some of the times. So like, you would play it and you would be protected against Ultimatum, but some other times it's just not. A Vortex against Yeah, I guess Vortex against Mute is pretty good, yeah. Merci Flolo 51. This is one CBL, yeah. That was before my last version. So how it came to be. I'm telling you about the Sultai matchup. And the problem was, oh yeah, I should say that to the. Give me a second. Well, I'll say that another day. So I don't like it because Sultai sometimes goes aggro on you, and they go like turn 4 Chariot, turn 5 Gargaroth, and you can't really beat that. You can't beat that with Vortex. Like Vortex doesn't do anything against this, and you're protected against Ultimatum, but they don't have. But they don't need to play Ultimatum to beat you. So you just play something that's actually working against you, and that's not a good feeling. So sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not good. And overall, I was pretty disappointed with that card. So I didn't mind cutting it. So I was thinking about the blue pathways. I was like, what do you want against Sultai? What are the cards that are annoying you? So Event, Shadow's Verdict, Sultai Emergent Ultimatum, and Gargaroth. Do you have one card that actually beats all of them? Thank you so much, Carlos. Thank you. You'll stay next time. It's fine. What's the one card that beats all 4 or 5 of these cards? There's one, and that's Disdainful Stroke. There's no... Like, Acronoir is fine against Gargaroth, but it's not good against Wrath. It's not good against Ultimatum. And Stroke just answered all these problems. And you find out quickly that you have a lot of blue mana. You have 4, 8, 11, 15, 19, 20. You have a third of your deck that can produce blue mana. And that Hall of Oracles now makes a whole... makes a whole, like... has a whole new use to it. So it does. Now Hall of Oracles makes blue mana, and it's the City of Brass you were looking for. So 20 blue sources for 2 Disdainful Strokes. This was, I think, the biggest change to the deck before the tournament. And I found that out like a couple of hours before deck submission. I think a lot of the people already went to bed by the time I submitted it. And I think only Kai caught up. Kai was like, okay, I'm gonna play 1 main deck and 2 in the sideboard. Kai was actually on 3 Disdainful Strokes. I only went for 2 because I didn't test it. In theory, it sounded good, but yeah, I didn't pull the trigger on 3. Hello, that guy. Thank you. This counterspell and red T-Ball's trickery? Yeah, I'd rather go for blue. Non-Jeskai decks to leather and historic. I have one for you. I'll show you. Keeper. Nice. So that's why I really liked it. I think that was great. I knew so that it was actually great. Then, so what I would do now, it's true that Vortex is actually very good against Mutate, but that'd probably go up in Red Cap melees. I think Red Cap melee is kind of the key to beat Jeskai Mutate. So before last round, I play against Riku Kumagai. And just Red Cap B just won me the games. Salut Amandia. Okay, let me find my matchups. Let me find the matchup of this tournament. So do you guys have any question about Standard? About the deck I played, about what I would change, about anything? So tournaments. I'll show you a deck if you want to. About the games, yeah. Tell me. Ozan, thank you so much. I don't get the I don't get the you're the best around notification anymore because when I upload the I said that before, but I'll say it again. When I upload the videos on YouTube, it gets flagged, so I have to change the little notification. But Ozan is the best around. What is your action against the mutate deck? Yeah, that's a good good question. So these were my my matchups. So with Gruul playing its Metnas 2-1, Shahart 2-1. Oh no, wait, Nay Adventure 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, lost to Logan. Or 3-1 day 1, and then I played Jiska Mutate, lost. Demi Rogues, pretty easy. Well, not I lost game 1 because I mulliganed to Oblivion, and then I had my 3 Ox. Then I beat Jeskai Mutate, and I beat Sperling on Sultai. So it was 3-0 against Ultimatum, 1-1 against Naya, 1-0 against Rogues, and 1-1 against Mutate. Yeah, Rip X. I think it's a good deck. I really like it. Change a few cards, and you'll be good. Welcome everybody who's just joined. And now Matt was not already in. So Matt was not in, and you have to play. There's no, like, it's in the rules that you cannot concede, or like you have to play every round to the best of your ability. And he was not in, because at 12 wins he was 11-3. Like there was a chance he wouldn't make it. So we played, and I won. And you can't ID anymore. No, he was not in. No, he was on 11-3. And at 12 wins, you're just out of the tournament already. You're not playing the last rounds. Once you get to 12 wins, you're not playing. So what would I change? I think I would keep the main deck the same. I really like it. I think it's very powerful that way. I think in the sideboard, I would cut, since you want to go up in red cap melees against Mutate, and the only reason you have 3 Gargaroth and 3 Vandals is against mono red. And like red cap melees are also good against mono red. So I would probably go up to 3 or 4 melees, cut a Vandal, maybe a Gargaroth, and maybe go back to 1 Vortex. I don't know if that's that good. Maybe melee is just better. So yeah, that's what I would do if I had to change the deck. If I had to play the deck again. No IDs mean more fun magic. Yeah, that's why. That's why. So maybe Vortex is good. I don't know. This is hard because the Mutate deck was not exactly on our radar, so I haven't played that many games against it. The few games I played against it before, I thought it was hard, but not unwinnable. So we didn't really pay it too much enough attention, I guess. Oh, sorry about that. It's been a, it's been a long weekend. So yeah, probably cut the third Mass Vandal is against Mono Red anyway. So if you cut a Mass Vandal for Red Cap Melee, Red Cap Melee is not as good as Vandal in the Mono Red matchup, but it's fine. Like it can beat the turn 2 Robert. It's also pretty good. Yeah, deck submission was 2 weeks ago. Well, there is something on the line if nobody else can. No, that Shippy, I don't think you're right on this. You're wrong about this because at the end you ID to make sure you're in, but if you have to play, if nobody else can ID, then you have to you risk to not make it if you don't ID. So it's definitely more fun match to play. Are 2 strokes good enough to make you play that blue land? I mean, it's not really a blue land. It's not a blue land. It's a red land that can make blue. So these even without blue even without the strokes, it would still be right to play them. And you could also play green white mana over the forest just to be able to kick the mythos. You're not it's most likely never going to happen, but it could. And if you feel fine having your hand completely messed up by pathways in your starting hand, and you don't plan on misclicking, then you should play the green white pathway. That would be the optimized version. And as I don't really expect a lot of Field of Ruins or something that, well, there's Archon of Emeria that can punish you for playing too many non-basic. So I guess 6 Forest is right. This is probably better. Yeah, Archon of Emeria is probably the reason why Forest is better. But yeah, the blue mana doesn't really hurt at all. You guys have any other question? Who plays Archon? I mean, you have more. I think you have. It's more likely you play against Archon that you're gonna play the green pathway into full white to kick the mythos. Have you tested Jeskai Mutate deck? Yeah, this gif is. Carlos made this gif. It's it's a little unsettling. We put it up last week. It's pretty funny though. Salut Drago, déjà sur le pont? Ah, but just debriefing. If Blood Moon was legal, this deck would play Blood Moon. Would it be playing Blood Moon? I could be actually. Donc c'est pas Tonkpo ça. Et non, c'est pas Tonkpo. Et non, Phoenix, grosse erreur, grosse erreur. N'est pas Tonkpo. Ah. It's not Tonkpo. Wrong movie. So against Mutate, I haven't played it. I think the deck had the surprising factor. I don't think it's as good as people think it is, although I might be wrong. I'm just saying that, like, don't take it for, you know, argent comptant. Don't, like, it's... I think it's a very good deck. I think it surprised a lot of people. But I don't think it's gonna be the next deck to beat. So it's not Tongpo, it's Chongli. Yeah. Actor Bolo Young is the actor. Oh, yeah, you don't play the you could actually play main deck strokes if you want to. You can't afford the dual lands. Just play a little more. Just get these golds. Yeah, it takes forever to win as well. If you play, if the next deck is okay, not. No, this deck. I think this is better than Ultimatum. I don't think Ultimatum is as good. Well, that's why I played this deck. But if you're talking about the matchup, this against Sultai Ultimatum, then need to play more, but matchmaker. Data show that only 3 decks were above 50. What? Well, that's not true. Only 3 decks were above 50%? That's not true. We had like, Gruul had 53% or something. Drago, if you think this is behind, this is not behind against Ultimatum. I think this is like Ultimate. This is one of Ultimatum worst matchup. You want me to play a game with this deck? Okay, let me change a few things then. Let's play 4 because now these guys are gonna play Mutate. Bye Phoenix. These guys are gonna play Mutate, so maybe you can actually hit Mythic with it quick. Yep. My deck is Teamer. This is not Teamer. And Mono Red, like, it really depends who you play against. Because not everybody respects Mono Red as much as I do. I hate this deck. I hate it and I think it's really bad, but you need to respect it. Otherwise you lose. It's not bad against dragons. It's not bad. Like there you have a lot of cards that, like, if you have a fast draw, it's really good. You lose. There's one card you really hate and it's the dragons. And that's Cinderclasm. Against Jeskai turn, it's not so good. It's not so hot against Jeskai turns. You kind of have a hard time beating Magma Opus on turn 3. The worst matchup? I think Teamer Luca used to be the worst matchup. That's maybe what we're playing against here. Up. Um. Probably better. Mutate, yeah. No, actually, it's not. Yeah, yeah, it's not that bad. It's not great. It's not that bad. Not great. What are we playing against? That's This Teamer Luca has this guy. Have this guy, I don't remember. Okay, we're gonna have to kill this bad boy. They have another Bone Crusher? Come on. Come on. Do I like where Historic is at the moment? I mean, it's gonna change soon. And really it doesn't matter, like, formats are not supposed to last forever. It's at the state now because... Oh, Borrower? Because, you know, like, teams broke it. And it's good that it's so new. So that, you know, you can... So, like, people can actually break it. And then without too much consequence. Too many consequences. And I like that. Am I gonna be, am I dead next turn? If there's a coma next turn, I'm just dead. Yeah, split cats. And then there's gonna be some new changes. I'm happy with like formats just changing every time. Like, oh yeah, well, you guys broke it, good job. Let's do something else now. That's better. And when people say, oh, this is not as diverse enough, that's the whole point. The whole point is like people trying to figure out if there's a consensus. If there's a consensus on like what card is better, what deck is better, then it's you know, that makes sense, right? Man, if they have Luca and they attack for no reason, I'd be pissed. Do you think with all the old reprints on MH2 and eventually future era, there will come a time where modern and legacy that's something I have no idea about. You're asking something that I cannot answer. Historic will ever come to paper? Oh, that's an interesting take. Ay, ay, ay. I'll bet from. I think Brainstorm is actually way too good. But that's, yeah. Is Historic in paper? I don't know why he scooped. I don't know. I have no idea. Is this still in paper? Is Gemstart in paper? I don't even know. I don't know how good that is against. I don't know what. I don't even know what they're playing. Is Gemstart in Historic? Are they? Oh, maybe. What about the big goblin? Yeah, we're just gonna play this. I don't know if that's good. Oh, if they have Henge. The paper version. Yeah, this we kind of need to play for Henge, so I'm just gonna bring them in. Okay. Yeah, then I guess it could be. I have no idea if there's ever gonna be. My one Ember Cleave going down. Want to cut my Rimrock Knight. Rimrock doesn't actually do much here. I'm never gonna play my Rimrock. And I only have one Ember Cleave, so might as well keep it. Because there are more cards in Jumpstart paper than on Arena. Oh, that's right. They didn't do the same. They didn't release the same cards. Forgot about this. Do I do anything here? Because they have a Bone Crusher. If I play this, it's gonna be Bone Crushed. I don't think I want to play anything. Oh, they may not have anything. There's no stop. Yeah, yeah. Bounce is okay. Once they can bounce this. Yeah, but bounce is fine. If Bone Crusher would have been bad, bounce I don't care. Yeah. What set? Play the Antiquities. Antiquities was what I started with. So now I can probably just play Magda. Like Revised Antiquities was when I started. I have this guy. This doesn't do anything. Yep. No, Arabina is before. Arabina was the first set. The first extension. Yeah, I play in English. Thank you, Cryptic. Yeah, I don't know why I'm playing it first. See, oh yeah, maybe I should have attacked first. Yeah, this guy would have died anyway. Like this 3 different way of playing Magic and paper. The thing is, nobody really knows. Like I don't know about my future in Magic. That's how. Wait, what? What is a dragon here? I don't know what my future in Magic is gonna be, so it's I know for one thing, it's not gonna be Magic Online. This I can tell you. Quoi concède? Parce que je pense qu'il était derrière et je pense il pensait pas gagner. Uh, oh shit, they did have Luca. No! Yeah, I'm dead. Then I should have played this one as blue. Yeah, dead. Unless I draw an Acronoir right now, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. This is my worst matchup. So yeah, definitely playing Strokes here. Probably playing these as well. Thank you, Peter. Well, that's the fun in that is that you can play draft. So then they don't have. Oh, they have Acronoir. They have 2 Acronoirs. This is not good against them. I think the dragon is better. Ah, Elion, ben, là on fait, je suis d'accord avec toi. C'est pas évident de savoir ce qu'il faut faire. Ouais. I like all the positivity. Thank you for your input. That's nice. Well, at least it's fun. Do I actually want this guy? I don't think so, cause he no. Most likely, why is he still around? Yeah, well, maybe we should still do something about it. What should I do against? What should we cut for the second red cap melee? Well, it's oh yeah, I don't even have Acronor. It's okay. It's not great because they have Brazen Borrower, so it doesn't actually do anything because they can just blow us out so easily. Like we take it, they bounce the coma, they play it again, and it doesn't do anything. Well, this hand is shit. Man, had there been Rimrock Knights, that hand would have been awesome. It's not. It's not. There are better options. Where the online magic fits in the future. I mean, right now, I don't really feel like playing paper magic like ever again, and I would not actually mind never playing paper magic. But that's my take on it. I mean, the social aspects once you get past 40, you don't really care too much about. Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel it. I mean, that's really one of the things I was not missing. Like, I feel like staying around my people for that long. Uh, yeah, this is not the magic is not. I like it. It's fun, but it's more job than a hobby. Well, thank you, thank you. So we won't be able to travel that much anyway. Well, that was an easy game. Paid actor. Kessin Boo Boo. Who's Kessin Boo Boo? Cause your nickname does not ring any bell. Who are you on the coverage? You're no one. I'm no one. I thought you were on the coverage. You know, in the championship rally and I were rooting for you. I thought you were in the coverage. I am nobody. Of course you're someone. You're Cassin Boo Boo. I'm a Cassin Boo Boo. I saw you somewhere in the chat, I think. Thank you, Real Slim Gravy. Sadly, is a person. Yeah, traveling costs a lot of money. Fortunately, I think I want to keep this one. I might want to keep that card. Would you have played in different decks looking back? No, I would have played the exact same decks. I would have maybe played differently, a few cards different in historic, but overall I think it was pretty good. Do I want to tab this one? Because I really want to play the dragon on turn 5. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play it. I mean, yeah, that's Riley's joke. He loves that joke. He makes jokes, yeah. Favorite event, 1 month ago discovered MTG Arena. Lots of fun. Yeah. I mean, the traveling part was something I really enjoyed for a long time, but not really anymore. I mean, now I'm happy not to have to go to the airport. I know that sounds kind of weird, but that's true. That's a good one. I'm just gonna play the dragon and just attack with dragon. It's fine. Done sprinkling in games. Thank you, Platypus. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think this game, like Arena, I actually really love Arena. Arena is really, and like if you like drafting and everything, and if you're not too bad, like if you manage to like get paid, not paid, but to be even, you're like you can play constructed for free. I'm not saying everybody can do it, but it's not like you don't have to be top 5% to play for free. Magic Online is a lot about like being top 1% for that. If you're not top 1%, you just I'm just gonna block the Bone Crusher here. Uh if they have Embercleave, it's just dead. They tap out, they block here, they take 10, 11, 12, 13. They take only 13. Actually, that's not work. Does that work? They take only 13. They block here. Oh no, take 6, 10. Yeah, they only take 13. Anywhere I put it. And do I die if I? Oh, but then they can't attack anymore. No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I can block. Oh, there's no about. Never mind. Merci JP. JP is the best around. Merci beaucoup. We don't have the music anymore. We only have the. On s'est frotté. Alright, so I can't win this turn. Oh, of course now I don't have my stuff anymore, so I'm still gonna attack and play all my stuff. So I'll tell you why in a second. Because I can't attack back, I don't have anything to Now the thing is, if I like, I can't use the chariot. I can't attack with the chariot next turn anyway. So might as well just throw it under the bus. I'm fine trading for this. If they have Embercleave, at least they play it right away. I don't need to. Like the chariot doesn't do anything in offense. Oh, they block this guy. I'm missing half the messages, I'm sorry. So you had no reward? The Mox probably the like Magic Online is so hard to break even. Like I never managed to keep my tickets. I keep drafting, I keep losing. Like I kept losing my like my savings. He recommended that it was really key to lose. Was Randy Bueller in the thing? I mean, yeah, game 1 was pretty brutal. Game 1 was really brutal against Inglis. Twitch chat, yeah. I think, like, I haven't watched the game again. But I think I played fine. I don't know, it's hard to say. Yeah, here you have to, you only have to, you know, I don't know how you guys are doing with the arena economy, but to me it's been by far the best. Like I would not play arena if it was not free for me, and being able to play for free is something like that's very, very valuable. I do rewatch my games, yeah. Garrick on the draw is probably not great. Dragon is good. Yeah, this guy's good too. I mean, it's what happens in feature matches, right? It's what I do in feature matches. Something like that. Do I want the red cap melee? Yeah, oh yeah, I do want the red cap melee. I'm an idiot. Of course I want them. For Magda at least. I took up some spells, so maybe I'm just gonna cut on Embercleaves. Might have too many spells here. And not enough creatures. Yeah, like, I mean, historic, yeah, building everything in historic is kind of tough. Like, I would not build everything in historic. I still have a lot of cards, but still. Age? What's that command supposed to be? Is it asking for my age? How ancient I am? Like, no, but is that what it means? Is there supposed to be a command that says like, this is your age? Oh wow. Raph was born in the 40s, almost. In scrap rarity to get part of. I'm 39. Yay. I mean, my hand was really good here. More in the 40s? In the 40s, man, I would be ancient, for reals. I'd be older than my dad. What, how do we get there? Yeah, that was not a lot of suspense here. Bye, Rected. See you around. You said mastery is nice. Who is your preferred character on the MTG lore of all time? Who's my favorite character? Is hitting Mythic the biggest achievement this season? Today, yeah. Actually, yeah, today, yes, because I lost yesterday, yeah. Squee, Tangarth. Who's my favorite character? Any cube today? Could be. We'll see. Give me a second. Let me figure out. No, not Jace. Not any of these planeswalkers, because they all suck. I don't like them. Actually, Urza, yeah. That was my first thought. Urza is pretty sweet. Urza is like good. He's not good or bad. He just thinks of his own agenda. I like Urza. Yeah. What's my favorite plane? I haven't played Modern Horizons. Urza is the Batman of MTG. Who's Robin? So do I have any other character that I really like? Except for Karn is good. I like Karn. Yeah, Karn is also nice. No, I don't like Teferi. Teferi's not actually a good guy. He's not like his story is pretty lame actually. I mean, on a storytelling point of view. Yeah, Karn is okay. Karn is pretty cool. The bad guys are they bad? Nicol is pretty lame. I mean, losing in the end is really bad. Yeah, I like Karn. Karn's pretty sweet. Gerard is okay. You know what I liked about Gerard? There's one thing I really like about Gerard that's not like... Yeah. But Ugino yeah. Oh, so do you guys want to play? Maybe we'll do Modern Horizon on Wednesday, if you guys want, because it's gonna be too late to start, and I've never played it. Let's do Modern Horizon on Wednesday. PT Nagoya. PT Nagoya 75. I didn't do very well on that PT. I didn't make day 2. Best of 1, best of 3, depends what you feel more comfortable in. Thank you. I still have, yeah, I still have historic to talk about. So we talked about, okay, we talked about standard and see how good that deck was. So historic, let's debrief historic quickly. Well, not quickly, or just let's debrief historic. So how do you come up with this? Give me, you know what? Give me a second. I'll be right back. Take a quick break, and I'll be right back. All right, so what happened in historic? So coming to this, I had no idea what to play in historic. We had some brews, nothing really worked. Brent Voss, who's the like the Dutch mastermind behind the latest MPL Sultai Ultimatum lists, and they really give him a lot of credit for that. So he had this indomitable creativity deck with Locust God and Sage of the Falls, and he was like rooting hard for it. Show brews. I'll show you some brews. This, some brew. Terrible deck. Let me see if I have the... Looks not good. I think that was his deck. That deck was just... So that was... I think that deck was horrible. Oh, Prismatic Command is great. This card is really good. That was his deck, and he was... He was very, like, he was rooting very hard for it. And I thought that deck was really bad. Like, it's just relying on the one card and the combo, and it's just way too vulnerable to Thoughtseize, to like removal, to counterspell, to everything. A braid is also bad for you. Having mana, you can't. You need 5 mana. You need 2 tokens. You need your opponent to not to have anything. Yeah, it's not as explosive, and I didn't like this deck like at all. So I started like building so many decks with creativity, with Mizzix Mastery, like Dragon Storm. That's like this is not like a good Dragon Storm deck, but like I tried some Mastery like this. That was obviously very wrong. Just an alpha version to get a dual strikes and beat, and these are just some brews that didn't come. I didn't really. I did a lot of them too. Here they have like some outcome deck that doesn't work. A bunch of different brews that don't do anything. A lot of Mizzix Mastery decks too, but most of them became this deck. So Crackle Dragons, that was pretty sweet. Most of them became Jeskai turns eventually, so that's why I deleted them. So I was messing around a lot with Mizzix Mastery and Magma Opus, but I didn't have like the whole turn thing. Oh yes, Boros Magda. Oh, someone asked me what. Yeah, someone earlier asked me what should I play in the historic that's not Jeskai turn. Play this, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Vortex is actually pretty good against Jeskai turns, although you're not really happy when they kill your whole board. It's not amazing, it's fun. It has Deafening Silence, which is also very good. So I made a lot of these decks, and nothing really worked. But nothing really worked the way I wanted. I love Magda. Should be in the main. Yeah, I mean you can do whatever you want with this deck, right? You can improve it if you. There's a lot of ways to improve it. It's not like I worked. It's not like I made. You know, maybe Sovereign should be over the Goldspan Dragon. So nothing worked, and at some point we were waiting for the results from the weekend. Is it judo armbar? Yeah. It says Jujigatame, plus de bras, plus de chocolat. That's a joke. It's a French joke. Did you Zilodonio? You don't know I train jujitsu. Do you not know that? So yeah, we were looking for yeah, check GP's link. We're waiting for the result from the weekend, and Thierry Ramboa, like a French guy, tweeted. Yeah, well, that also makes no sense if you don't know the joke, so. So Thierry posted a deck that's very close to the Jeskai turn there, saying, I just 4-0'd the, I don't know which tournament it was. I just 4-0 this tournament. This deck is really good. Yeah, it's actually busted. Cage, but Cage doesn't do anything in this deck, so Cage doesn't. Don't board in Cage against Jeskai turns. Doesn't do anything. It only stops this guy. It doesn't stop creativity. It doesn't stop mastery. So don't board in Cage, and it also gets destroyed by command. So don't do that. So Gabby posted this in our group, and it was at first completely ignored, like by most of the team. And I played that because I wanted that was something I was interested in because it looked very much like my bruise, and it looked very much like it looked very much like you know, something I wanted to do. So I played it, and it was great. I was like, man, this deck is busted. This deck is indeed busted. It might be hard against Phoenix, but I think this deck is... I don't see it losing against anything else. And I told the team, you guys, this deck is really good. We should play that. We should try that. And like, no, this deck is bad. No. It was like the most played deck 2 weeks ago, and nobody won with it. It's shit. Don't play that. So I kept playing. I was like, guys, this guy is very... This deck is very, very good. No, I don't think so. Just keep playing. I kept playing. Like, okay, guys, just look into it because it's way too good. It's this deck is insane. You should just start. Help me here, okay? Just play some games. I'll show you. And we started playing. They were like, this deck might be good. And from one day to the other, like everybody was on it. And when you have 12 of the best Magic players in the world thinking and going through what you can do with one deck, the improvements, like the deck improves much faster, and you can cover a lot more angles. So in like a couple of days, we managed to fix some of the matchups. Like one of the reasons they were not really sold at first was because the Phoenix matchup was too hard after board, but it turns out was actually pretty good because we had like some techs, like the Nizal tech was really good in that matchup. So what did the Nizal thing came from? What does that come from? From this, because we had Brent on the team, and Brent had Nizal in the sideboard for his creativity deck. He was like, yeah, well, that's actually pretty good. Like his sideboard was just playing Nizal against Phoenix. That was his plan. Like, oh, why don't we play this in the J-Sky Turns list? That sounds good. So we did, and that was actually great. So the idea came from him, and the rest was just less team effort. I think Thierry's list. I think John who lost in the finals, he played Curate instead of Iteration. So we changed Curate for Iteration just for extra card advantage. My version is very slightly different from the others in the mana base. Like I'm playing one Pathway when they're playing another Triome, but I want to have like an extra untap mana source. Why the split? So Prophecy is a better card because you want to be shuffling Velomachus, but you also want to exile Phoenixes. And a split seemed like the worst option, the best option. Like you don't want to play 3 Prophecies, and also Prophecy does not hit Narset. So Prophecy is a better card if you play against creatures, like random creatures, but Dragonfire is better against Phoenix and Narset. So there's none of these cards is better than the other, and it's just like splitting is probably just better. I wanted to play 2 and 2, but in the end, yeah, well, sometimes you don't really, you kind of need sometimes to sift through your deck. And I had 4, and they were like, oh, but Miscast is really good in the mirror. And I'm like, oh shit, really? Are we gonna go through this again? Are we gonna be inbred so much that we're gonna do that? That we're going to metagame against each other? And And they more and more they were like, oh yeah, miscast seems good, and against Phoenix is good, against Jeskai good, in the mirror it's really good. I'm like, oh no. And at some point, like, everybody was sold on miscast. I still didn't want to play it. Like, yeah, I don't want to be the only one not playing miscast in the main, because they're gonna kick my ass. And we made this gentleman agreement around like 3 a.m., like a couple of hours before deck submission. That, okay, let's not play more than one miscast, because that would be unfair to the rest of the team. And so no one played more than one miscast in the main, I think. And no one played another one in the sideboard. But it was great, and like it beat me so bad. Like in my second match on yesterday, I lost to miscast. That was also super sad. Yeah, Dwarven Man was great as well. Dwarven Man was it was a really good card. As for would that change something? So it's hard to know, because commence the endgame is really good, and I think the sideboard needs some bounce spells. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could have won these matches, honestly. Like, I don't feel, you know, sometimes when you finish a game, you're like, I feel like I messed up, or I missed the opportunity or something, but it's just, I didn't feel that way. I didn't feel that way in that, like, I felt like I played well, unless you point out, like, yeah, Raph, you really messed up here. I'll show you, like, minute 55. Look at this, you should have done this, and that was really bad. Then I can understand, but I don't feel that. Unless someone really points out something I did wrong, I don't feel like I messed up anywhere. Yeah, it's possible that the mirror was, and this always was really good, the mirror. I had the impression that you really had many options. You didn't have the impression, or you had the impression? Your mainboard Shark is so bad against the rest, though. Like, talk as much as you want about Shark being good. It's just not a good mainboard card. I don't like it. But yeah. Yeah, there was like one game again, I think it was against Sperling. Yeah, well, in the top 8, yeah, but you still have like 8 rounds to play with it. Yeah, play Shark Typhoon over Prophecy against Gruul, you'll see. You'll see how good that is. Play Shark Typhoon against Archon, you'll see how good that is. Hello Rumty, thank you so much. Well, since number 1 mythic is taken, you know you gotta do something else, right? You gotta find success somewhere else, because the ladder is just too hard. I think try to find a good Silence Archon deck, and then we'll talk again. Because the problem is these guys are very good against Phoenix and turns, but like the decks around that are not very good. That's the problem. Like with the white decks, the problem with the white is that they're just not very good, and they will just lose to brainstorm decks, because you won't be able to find your silences. You won't be able to find the right card at the right moment, and these decks, they will still beat you. That's the problem. So what was I saying about the Shark? Yes, I went over Shark. Went over white. You think this deck can beat this meta? Oh, we need some bans. I don't know. I think we can still play with this for a couple more weeks and see how it goes. This is not unbeatable. This. So people complained about, oh yeah, this deck is busted and blah blah blah. It was not the most played deck in the tournament. It was what? It was 17% of the metagame, and the fact. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Guy Pimenta. Oh yeah, about my games. Oh yeah, I want to talk about one game in particular. Yeah. Yeah, it was 17% of the metagame, and then it was 80% of the top 8. That does not let. That's actually a really good. To me, that's a really good tournament. That means that look, you have a new format. You have different teams working separately, remotely, and you have other players. You have 27 of how many people? How many people played this deck? 40 people? I don't remember. Like 17% of the field played this. So 17% of the field figured out that this deck was better than the rest. And you can see at the end, 6 out of 8. Well, it was not only historic, it was also standard. It also means like these people also had a good standard deck. That, yeah, reward people working, exactly. It's like, look, in the end, the people who meant to figure it out did well. Can you crack it? Yeah, if so, at first I think was good. I think this tournament was really good in historic and well, standard's been kind of stale for a while, but it was still pretty diverse, so it was okay. Like Sultai was the most played deck, but I don't think was the best deck. And that, I think that was fine. I think standard is in a fine place right now. And historic was just so new that people did not have time to figure it out yet. Like, I mean, it took us a long time to figure it out. It took like some crazy circumstances to have like all our team playing on it. And yeah, it took like the meta game completely, not by storm, but almost. And then we ended up all playing it, and did really well. So in the end, very good tournament. Does anything have to be done right now? Just give it a couple more weeks, because we don't know. Like, maybe this deck is not gonna be good against some specific build. Another deck, like, I don't know, with brainstorms and archons. I don't know. I haven't taken time to figure it out. And maybe there's no solution. In that case, bans are necessary. But in the meantime, that's actually, as a Magic player, as a competitive Magic player, this is exactly what you want to happen. You are on a team, you work your ass off, you figure it out, you come to a tournament, you, like, 3 or 4 of your people make it to the top 8, and your deck is the best. Then whatever happens next doesn't matter. Like, really, it's not your problem anymore. You came to one, you prepared for one tournament, you did well, you prefer next one later. Does that answer your question about bans and stuff? Now let everybody else figure it out. If it's too broken, then doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Then something has to change, and if something changes, then the fact that there were too many brainstorms, too many Steam vents doesn't matter. A lot of people said not to play them. Like, that's what you have to, like, realize. Merci Madiano. And would that change something? I don't know. I don't have to play any more historic events, so I don't know how this metagame is gonna change. Ah, moi aussi, j'aurais préféré jouer standard. Ouais. Having no friends is why I play limited because I mean, I'm not laughing at you having no friends. You have us. Your virtual friends. Or your imaginary friends. We'll do it on Wednesday, John. On Wednesday we'll do MH2. Dominance in a specific deck, not necessarily a problem, but oh no, but like what has to happen now needs to happen in a week or two, not right now. Des Ghost Builder pas connus qui vous aident? Non, pas sur ce coup-là, on n'avait pas de Ghost Builder. I understand what the problem could be afterwards. But yeah, I understand what the I do understand. But does it matter? As long as it doesn't stay the same way for too long. What I think is a format should not be played for more than a couple of weeks. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't see playing the same standard over and over and over again for 4 months. That doesn't make that. Why? Like, nothing's gonna be found. Or sometimes something's gonna be found. It's so rare. Like when there's so many people working. That's another topic, by the way. That's another topic that we can talk about like after that. I think I mentioned it a few times, but I think I mentioned it in one of my last streams. But I'll come to it in a second. Innovation is so. Innovating is hard. Innovating in a format where a lot of people are working on it, or a lot of people are working, is tough because how come your innovation is gonna be better than the work of hundreds of people working together? Pretty much, because that's what the overall data is about. Oh yeah, this has a lot of mythics, yeah. Where do I come from with this? This is this, okay. So, I know I talked about this, I talked about it last time, but I'm gonna talk about it again. So remember, when I played it the first time, I was at the MPL weekend. So that's gonna contradict what I just said, but that's a good place to start the argument. So I played this deck first MPL weekend. That was like, this deck was on like alpha version 1.0. I had some really bad cards in it. The mana base was wrong. Sideboard was wrong. Everything was Sideboard was actually okay, but everything was wrong besides that. I like the deck. I went 2 and 4, but it doesn't matter. I was not in it. Doesn't matter. Then I went to work on the deck a little more. I made Mythic first with it. Yeah, the Rogue sub theme, yeah. I made Mythic first with it. I wrote an article with it, and a lot of people picked up the deck. They made a ton of videos, and the deck actually came to be tier 1 or tier 2. So, like, the deck was actually like the real the Remty is here, like, say, yep, that's the cheat. That's what you're looking for. Mythic 1. that was the check house who made this deck. No, that was not the check house that made this deck. So the real achievement made Mythic first. Wrote about it. People picked up the deck, and you know what? Like one of my conclusions on my article was that, look, this deck is out there now. This is how far I went. This is how far I came up with. This is my latest version. I'm interested in knowing if anybody could find something to improve the deck. And for weeks, the build I saw online on videos and stuff everywhere, they were just the same 75 I submitted on my article, or the decks I would just post on Twitter. There was never innovation. There was never a new card in the deck. So whenever there was a new card, it came from me in my tweets. And so that doesn't mean that I'm better or blah blah. That's not even what I'm talking about here. What I'm saying is that I'm asking the question, are people just lazy? Or they don't care about innovating? They don't care about improving the stuff? Yeah, that's exactly it. Or they just like, or maybe I'm overestimating the hive mind, like the hundreds and hundreds of people working together. They're not able to find better versions. You have to know stuff, yeah, but like when you have so many people, maybe we'll suck at deck. Maybe. No, I would still keep the 3 Ember Cleaves, John. Like I would not go up to 4. I went down to 2, but like in some games, in game ones, like join Ember Cleaves actually really good. So you don't want to too many, but 3 is fine, I think. So yeah, I was kind of disappointed in that, and nobody found anything. Like Garrick, I've never seen a version without Garrick, and Garrick was so good. Like, how come nobody thought of this? It was in others' decks, but like Garrick is so insane. And the blue splash, I know people ask me like, why don't you play blue? I'm like, why would I play blue? Oh, for some dragons and stuff. Like that doesn't make any sense. Why would you play dragons in this deck? And it only happened, like it only occurred to me like a day, like a couple of hours before submission, because that's, you know, that's where innovation comes from, right? You don't innovate without the need to innovate. If you don't have problems, you don't look for like solutions, right? Like how come I only thought of Disdainful Stroke, which was an insane addition to this deck. It made the deck so much better. As in, like, I feel so much more confident now in the Sultai matchup. Like this change was absolutely crucial for this deck to be better. How come no one found this before? How come no one tried? This is crazy that so many people working on it could not find it. Trust your judgment rather than change something. I can understand that even if they should think by themselves. I prefer to net deck. I mean, you do have a lot of Sultai ultimate Sultai in the ladder. Is still there. So there's also one thing. If you don't know better, it's better to take the deck as it is, because there's a good chance that whatever change you make is not going to improve the... People have been talking about splashing blue into aggro decks to counter Sultai for a long time, but it's hard to know when such a choice is worth the trade-offs. Yeah, I know, but I've never seen it. And in this particular version, I've never seen it. Yes, it can. You can copy a treasure. Yeah, I mean, but there are a lot of tournaments being played. That's the thing. So what I'm saying is, when you pick up a deck, when you net deck, it's mostly better to play a lot of games without changing anything. Because there's a good chance that you're not improving the deck if you switch cards around in the first place. Like, what I hate, well, I'm gonna tell you my perspective. Someone picks up one of my decks, and before they play the first game, they say, I don't like this card, I'm gonna change it. Just try it first. There's a reason it's there. Maybe it's not as good as it should be, but try it before saying it's bad. Just try it. For mana tithe, I don't think mana tithe is legal in standard. And yeah, at first I thought of test of was it not test of endurance? That's another card. The exile all the wrath, exile all of them. It's like putting salt on restaurant food before you taste it. Test of talents, yeah, exactly. So first you try, and it's like, oh, I kind of want this card, so I'm gonna switch it, and then you're good. I mean, that makes sense. Don't add salt before. And I understand that I play this deck more than others. I can see that. I can like, I don't know. I don't think anybody has more games with Magdag rule than I do, and I should be the one to find some stuff. But with all the data gathered around, there should be something that comes out that's really good, and that didn't happen. Which part, rats? Like they pick up a deck and they change something right away without trying? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, we're just talking theory today. Yeah, don't. Yeah, that's my advice to you. Don't. When you pick up a deck, don't change it right away. Oh, I don't like this mana base. Let's change it. Ugh. Just try the deck first. Yeah. From the check house. Dire bonjour.
Ah. Ah. So hi everybody. Ah.
Petite fille.
I'm the best daddy in the whole world. Best daddy in the whole world. Oh, what's that? Lots of... Huh? Oh, say bye. Bye, daddy. We love you.
The little fatty. Oh, the little fatty. Is she proud of daddy? I don't think she understands yet. But yeah, if you're talking about Monica, yes, she's proud of daddy. Are you proud of daddy? Are you proud of daddy? Your daughter's name is Isla too? Wow. Well, she's called Isla.
Whose daughter?
One of my imaginary friends' daughter is called Isla too. While. Bye. They're gonna look for a little one. Were you playing mono white tokens when you made that kid? No. That card used to be good. Wiley. Everybody on the chat is my imaginary friend, and they get bad for some stupid shit they say. Huh? Oh, that's nice, a little bub. Bub. We haven't built trust. I mean, as long as you, like, by default, if you're still on the chat, that means you're imaginary friend. If you don't say anything, it's even better. If you plan to say something ban-worthy, just keep it. So you stay in the imaginary friend zone. Haven't you moved yet, Chipier? Thanks, I guess. Wasn't that what Twitch chat is about? All being friends. I don't think you give me your... My 3-year-old have started saying, "We did it, chat." What's worse, the friend zone or imaginary friend zone? I think imaginary friend zone is actually pretty good. With imaginary friend zone, you have no expectation. You have no expectation. It's always gonna be the imaginary friend zone. With the friend zone, you have the expectation of like getting diseases and stuff. Did you play in a GP in Brisbane during Kamigawa block? No. I played a GP in Sydney. I didn't play GP. I played one GP in Australia. That was before Worlds. You know what's better than the friend zone and imaginary friend zone? Call of Duty Warzone. That's better. And I was at Worlds in 2002. I went twice to Australia. That was sweet. Imaginary lurker. That's also fine. Man, we have... Which quote are you looking for? Alright. Do we have any more things to talk about the tournament, about the past tournament? So yeah, my feeling about that tournament... They're actually mixed feelings. Actually have mixed feelings. I have to say I felt really good coming in. I knew I played the decks I wanted to play. I loved my historic deck. I love my standard deck. I felt a little worried because I'll get back to I get to that question in a second, Bozo Jono. I felt worried because some of the teammates were like, did not like they were like playing Gruul, but by default they didn't really like it. Kai said in the chat after a few rounds, like, if I ever have to play this deck again, like electroshock me first, something like that. But I really liked it, and I felt confident with both of my decks. And after day one, when I was 6-1, I was like, I'm gonna make top 8 in this. Like, I have to. Like, I feel good. I play well. There's no reason I'm not top 8ing this tournament. No, the Gruul deck, not the historic deck. He's talking about the... He played Gruul as well. So I made top 8. I was super happy. So one of the things that we play really late, most of you guys are from Europe, but ah oui, j'ai top 8, ouais. Ouais, j'ai fait 8ème. I felt really good about my chances, and the thing is we play really late, and at around 10 on Saturday, I started to feel really... Okay, I'll keep that question for a second, Valestini. So at 10, I'm not drinking Red Bull very often, as in like close to never. And I had a Red Bull at 10 on Saturday before the standard portion. I played 2 rounds, and it's 1 a.m. and I have to... Oh yeah, that the sleeping schedule is real handicap, that's for sure. I managed to like kind of move my sleeping schedule. Like, I'm completely jet lagged right now, but I moved my schedule, like... But still, at 1 a.m. I have 2 more rounds to go, and I have to win at least one, or maybe just one would be enough to make top 8, and I get a second Red Bull. I did wake up at 24 hours ago. I got a second Red Bull, and I played my 2 last rounds. I win my 2 last rounds. And then I couldn't sleep. I was too excited. I was excited to make top 8 again. I was full of adrenaline and full of Red Bull. So I actually fell asleep at 9 a.m. yesterday. So I slept, like, I went to bed like 5 and I couldn't sleep. It's like, rolling in my bed, sleep for like 10 minutes, wake up, sleep for 5 minutes, wake up. Couldn't fall asleep. I fell asleep at 9 and woke up at like 3 or 3:30. So that was not great. But still, on yesterday I felt good. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play Phoenix in the quarters. I'm 3-0 against Phoenix. I'm gonna beat them easy. Did not happen. So that's the good feeling. Is I felt good throughout the tournament. I thought I had the best decks. I thought I played well. I was focused most of the time. Like, I closed like everything else, social media, everything. I was completely out of everything during the games, and of course during the but between the games I did not like go overboard and do other stuff. It's like I really stayed in my tournament. That was really good. But then losing yesterday really stung. Like, losing my quarters, the upper bracket quarters, was so painful. I was super confident in that matchup. I lost game 1, which was so unlikely, and I got so unlucky game 1. I'm not gonna go over it, but that was really bad. I guess we can actually find it. And maybe I messed up. It's possible I messed it up. But man, I felt really unlucky. Let's see if we can find it. And maybe we'll find like, oh, Raph, you messed up. You should have won that game. I haven't watched this game again. Yeah, Gruul isn't easy to play. So I go first. Let's see. Let's watch it again, okay? Because this is the most important game of the tournament, I guess. Yeah, that hand is not keepable on the play. I mean, I could have, like, if I draw land, my hand is great, but it's like, if I don't draw land, I'm just dead. I have like Velomachus that's not doing much. If I draw the second Velomachus, my hand is terrible. I'd have had a Magma Opus, my hand would have been good, but I have so many dead draws that I can definitely improve. Like, do you mulligan this? Probably mulligan this, right? Well, I did. Okay. Now there's another decision. What do you bottom? It's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, I bottomed the prophecy. There was like, I did bottom the prophecy. That was right. You can bottom creativity. I mean, you have the potential of killing really quickly. So I could also bottom brainstorm. That was the other option. The problem is I need like a third red mana. So I need the command to be played. And maybe I need something else. Like this is probably gonna kill a dragon. I don't think it's ever an option. I think it was an option. It's on the play. So I did bottom the prophecy because there's also a chance nothing happens until like turn 5 and I get too defensive. And I already have a removal, so I just okay, I do put the prophecy and if nothing happens. Oh yeah, brainstorm. Okay, it's shit. Okay, so I open with Dwarven Mine. Yeah, I like at this point I'm just opening on Dwarven Mine. Like there's no way I wait for 4 red to Dwarven Mine. Dwarven Mine is just a mountain here. Come into play mountain. But yeah, I should have bottomed the. So now, like during the second, creativity feels really bad. What? Because I have a token from the command. Like I'm gonna use the treasure from command to make the to find Velomachus. You don't rely on the token from the mine. Like this is gonna be way too late anyway. So yeah, the feels bad is that I draw creativity and I feel like, man, had I kept my 5 prophecy, that was a clear card I wanted to send to the bottom. And also I could have cut the creativity because now I have another one that's completely dead. So now I'm mulligan twice pretty much. So that was probably the worst card I could draw. Well, maybe Velomachus would have been pretty bad. So now I brainstorm here because hindsight is wonderful. Yeah, I mean, like this still does not change the fact that my play was fine. My play was still fine. But yeah, it feels bad. Doesn't mean it makes me wrong. So now I brainstorm because now I know like my next turn I just need a red mana of the top 3 cards. I don't have I don't really have a reason to keep my brainstorm. I don't know if you followed my games, but I like my brainstorm to be played super late, so I don't get like how they called it, brainstorm locked. But this is the right timing from brainstorm here. Like I remember, like not too long ago, I had a coaching session with someone who was playing rogues with brainstorms in it, and he showed me his games, and he had recorded games with brainstorm with his deck and with brainstorms, and he did not understand what he did wrong, and most of the misplays I couldn't do that because it's on a different thing. I can't do the green screen. Most of the misplays come from I don't know. Honestly, that was not my main concern here. So playing brainstorm at the wrong moment makes you like waste a card and waste so many opportunities. And if you see the difference between how players play brainstorm, you can say how much they've played the game pretty much. So at this point I have to play brainstorm here because I need another red source or like anything to play. And at this point, like I think brainstorm is the right play. So I need the red mana. I need another source. Next time I won't be able to play it anyway because I want to play command on my turn. So that's definitely the right timing for this. Like I put anything back, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna draw them anyway. I don't have an opus for my mastery, so that feels really sad. And that second island really hurts. Like this is like, at this point I'm like, come on, really? Yeah, an opus would have been GG, would have been easy game. So I have to kill the sprite dragon, so I'm not in under too much pressure. He plays another dragon. I take one. It's fine. I'm gonna play the other. Now I have to play command and get the second, because I'm still missing the third red. I could draw two, but like I still have the option to, yeah, here let's pause here. So I could draw two, discard two, but there's also a chance he just, yeah, maybe I could have drawn two here. Like at this point I think I play mastery. Why do I play mastery over command here? So okay, no, okay, so let's see, why do I do this? Yeah, I want to play a command. I want to optimize my mana in case I draw, for example, a brainstorm, so I can brainstorm into mountain and creativity. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't have anything else anyway. If I draw opus here, I'm like, I look like an idiot, but like at this point I have two masteries, so if I draw red mana I can do it twice. So that was actually the point. Yeah, I see. So my point is to be able to like have another red mana. No, I think it's fine. I think it's okay, because if I draw second red, I can just creativity, and if he has like an axe or something else, I can do it again. So I have two of the I have two treasures, so I think that's still good. Like I have so many live draws here. Okay, I haven't seen his hand yet. That's the first time I see the game from the other perspective. And like if he taps out, I can just go off. And then he draws like creatures right away, so it's really good for him. I look very unhappy. I mean, I'm not happy about my second island now. I'm not happy about my second creativity. I'm not happy about my second island. And I just focus. Here's the second blue mana. I think now I command on my turn and I draw two. I think that's what I do, right? Yeah, okay, that's... The brainstorms here. So probably, yeah, creativity and triumph and brainstorm right away. Yeah. Here I want to do it right. I want to play my brainstorm here as well. Not right now, but after this turn. So now if I draw... Since we found a second red and have two treasure, why do we get rid of second creativity? He didn't get rid of it. Still there. Oh yeah, I did it. Oh yeah, discarded it. Yeah. Yeah, I should have kept it, maybe. That's that. I thought about it later, I think. Yeah, you're probably right, Ramti. I think that's what I'm. That's the idea here. Keep 2 creativity and get rid of my brainstorm. I think at this point, like he has the fry as well. Like I'm more looking for my memory lapse. So now, jeez, this is painful. This is what I do. So now I can play around. Mystical Dispute. Oh, Mystical, but you can't have Mystical Dispute. I can't play around. Lightning Axe. So now, even if I have... Oh wait, if I have the... I wouldn't have mattered because I would have drawn... Like, I would have actually drawn this guy. And he has 2 Lightning Axes in hand. Yeah, that I would have lost anyway. Right? Yeah, I wouldn't have the mana to counter anyway, so I would have lost. Like, also, not only I would have lost here, but even if I was able to memory lapse, if I'd been able to memory lapse, like he would have killed it. I would have needed to win like right away. Yeah, we don't have the 6 mana anyway. No. So yeah, that game feels bad, but there's nothing I could have done. Like playing it differently, even knowing the hands, I would still have lost that game. And I know he has Lightning Axe. I mean, he's been playing like he had Lightning Axe the whole time. Yeah. I mean, I was 3-0 against the exact same deck in the round, so I did feel pretty confident. That's very, like, the game 1 is fairly unlosable. Unless you actually lose, of course, but it's very favorable for you. It's like 70 or 80%, like that much. I mean, I lost the game because I didn't have the 3rd blue. I didn't have an opus. I mulliganed. Like, everything went wrong for me in this game. Everything went wrong. He had like Helix and Fry. So another thing is, yeah, since they know exactly how I'm gonna sideboard. What's up, Riley? What's up, everybody? What's up, Raiders? Since he kind of knew exactly how I was going to sideboard, he could take out the Fries. And I think that's smart because I don't think... Oh, he also takes out the Lightning Axes. He has like a lot of counters. He still has Ether Gust. still has ways to deal with Velomachus, so the Velomachus plan is still not working anyway. Yeah, I don't think it would have worked anyway. He still has a lot of ways to deal with it. I still think even then I think the Nizal plan was better. And that game was super close too. I mean, there were a lot of decisions here as well. He also played super slowly. And like... So yeah, just... What do I do here? Do I cycle Shark Typhoon or do I just... Yeah. So here there's a pretty... Like, there's a decision here to either cycle Shark Typhoon or make a treasure. He has 2 untapped mana, so there's no reason for me to make a treasure here. Like, if I make a treasure, it gets bounced or something, that doesn't get me anywhere. I need another land, so I just cycle. It's probably just better. So now my hand is pretty good. I don't think I'm losing that game. At that point, I'm like, yeah, this game is over. That's what I believe. So there's a question here. What do you do here? This is... What's your play here? I don't even know what I did. What do you do? You get attacked by 1/1. You have 3 removal, a Shark Typhoon, a Magma Opus. What do you do? Go. Kill it with what? Fry. Okay. I don't remember what I did. I think I blocked. I think I made a 2/2 and blocked. Yeah, I kind of like it because that forces him to actually do something. And yeah, I kind of like that. It's bounced. Now I can just kill it with either Fry or Scorching Fire. And I'm still fairly ahead, so... I can also Brainstorm first. Maybe I'm just gonna play my land and pass and Brainstorm. Yeah, I think I play my land and tap and pass. And check for my options. And I want him to play his spells first, so I can fry it if I need to. And there's a pretty good, yeah, there's a pretty good sequence here. 5 à Kojime, non, il est pas celui-là. Je crois que j'en ai d'autres des comme ça, il m'en reste un ou deux comme ça. Uh, yeah, so here I think I just fry it because so if I play Scorching Dragonfire, there's a chance it survives and I have to play another removal. So I just fry it and it meets Ether Gust, which is actually good for me. And now the dragon is gonna be 4/4, so I have to kill it. And I'm going to just Scorching Dragonfire so it dies. Like there's no way around it. So this goes away. Fry, I don't put it on top because it doesn't do anything anymore. I don't want the fry. I don't want to draw a fry. So here's time for the... There's not much going on in his hand. Yeah, there's a Phoenix coming back that I'm gonna kill, so... And now I'm drawing 2 more lands, so that's fine. I can go creativity here. Merci Pierre. So this is actually really good for me at this point. Ça dit quoi le t-shirt? Ça dit Jujigatame, plus de bras, plus de chocolat. So now I have Nizal, I'm on 13. He has nothing, and I feel pretty good at this point. He has no action. For me to lose this game will take a lot. And I even draw answers, so like for this game to be close, he had to draw like a very good sequence of cards. Okay, this guy's annoying. But I knew about it, so now the Sprite Dragon. He really needed the creatures here. Okay. This one did not matter too much here. I could have countered it. Yeah, I should have done. Yeah, that was a mistake. Actually, was it a mistake? That was game 1. That was day 1. Thanks, man, leggings. Was it a mistake? It's close. It's close. So now what do I do? Like, yeah, it was bad for this dispute plus negate. Yeah. But I think it can't. Yeah. Should have waited. Yeah. I still win the race. I mean, I still have a lot of draws to draw something relevant. Or it turns out I drew like 20 lands. Yeah, that gust was maybe a little, that was not good. Maybe I should have gusted the Drake first, but like there's a chance also he draws it again and play it again. Like if he has opt, he just opts it and play it back. So I don't think, yeah, no, look, I would not have gusted the Drake right away. It's not Van Damme, man. It's Chong Li. Alright, so now, I mean, like I'm in a spot where I drew 4 cards. I drew 4 cards that did not join the interaction, so I have to rely on the Opus. And this is kind of close now because he has 2 lootings. So what's the right timing for Opus? I don't know which game this was. Yes, it was game 2 of the upper bracket quarters. What does this line get over bouncing dragon in the stack? What? The thing with dragon on the stack, he could have just opted and played again. And I would still take the damage. The 1 damage. That was the idea behind not countering with the gust. Take damage not to, yeah, I know, but then yeah, I mean yeah, sure. I could see that. I could see that. I could see that was not right. So now what's the plan? What do you do with the Opus? That was my plan. My plan is, yeah, is to force him to tap out, but yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't know, I think that was close. Doing now and dispute. Now I just, if I do it now and dispute, I'm dead. If he has dispute now, I'm dead. If his hand is dispute, I don't lose if I don't play it right away. If the last card is a dispute, I lose like this. So that's not the right, if I'm playing around dispute, that's not the right timing. This is a really tough game. This is a really tough game. Because I also have the chance to draw something else than Opus. Because he's gonna have to move. He's gonna have to move. I'm on 8. Like, this is not lethal. This is not lethal if I just let it happen. So he has to move. And I don't know what he has in hand. Yeah, of course, if I kill both. If I kill both now, I'll win. Yeah, sure. Okay, but I don't know that. I don't know what... Look at his face. Look at his face. Oh, he has another dragon. You were sure you could live another turn chilling? So now this is weird now because I was dead on dispute and now I'm still dead on dispute. But at least I don't... Now that's the only card I lose to. Like, I don't lose to the rest. There's only dispute kills me. And I also get another card, so... What's another land? Okay. I'm dead on board in case of opt. Well, I'm not dead on opt here. So kill the borrower, 3 damage, tap the 2 dragons. Oh yeah, I was dead on board. If I don't play my Opus, I'm dead on board. I think. Well, that was close. That was close, but I think overall, I think the gust was maybe questionable. But I don't think it was that bad. That was better over, like, if I play it and the last card is, well, no, I think that was right. Chandler won the last game. I always lost to dispute. It's because he drew the dragon, this little dragon. Otherwise, I would not lose to dispute. I had played against Mati, who played a very similar version. So I still decide not to go for a dragon plan because I don't think it's very good. Because I have to take out the time warps and all. So it's not as effective. Like, the dragon's not as good. And that game was very painful. Faceless looting was lethal. Faceless looting was not lethal. So, with the shadows, just here, it was a second with only one dragon. It was not lethal now. That would have been 7, and if he plays the second looting, he can just kill everything in response and kill everything. So it was not lethal. But the second dragon, that's why I kept the opus in hand, so I kept my options open. Also, I had like 2 or 3 more draws with Nizal. So let's see. Salut John, on se refait mes games là parce que pour voir à quel point j'ai fait de la merde, mais normalement, pour le moment ça va, c'était pas trop. Ça va, un peu deg, mais ça va. Bien joué à toi. Hein. Alright, so what do you do here? Turn 2, that's... Do you take 2 damage here? What did I do here? I think I did take the 2 damage. No, I didn't take... Wait, I didn't take 2 damage. Yeah, why would I take 2 damage here? Yeah. So let's see. I don't take... there's no way I play 2 brainstorms. And there are very little chances he actually has a sprite. Yeah, I think that's what I did. Like, and I don't want to play my I would not play Opus here anyway. I want to play Brainstorm. Yeah, I want to play Brainstorm. I'm never gonna play 2. There's very little chance he actually plays a sprite here because he would have played on turn 2. So there's no real reason to take 2 damage. Like, the damage are pretty relevant here. So I can see why I did not take 2 damage. And that's like... And he draws the dragon to just punish my play. But I don't know if I draw a Mystical Dispute here. Why would I play Mountain? Playing Mountain would not have done anything. Like... I get punished for my plays and it feels real bad, but I still think it's correct. Like, the 2 damage are pretty important in this matchup. And I kind of want to play my Steam Vent as soon as possible. So now, of course, I'm gonna make a treasure here. I don't want to make a treasure here. There's no reason to make a treasure. Like I'm not in a rush to make a treasure here. I have like 1 or 2 Mystics Mastery afterboard, so it's not like I'm gonna play it right away. So how am I gonna get punished here? If I draw either... the other thing I could have done was Brainstorm main phase. If I draw Mystics Mastery or Brainstorm or Mystical Dispute, then it really feels bad. Of course I draw Dispute here, so I get maximum punished. And have the 2 Nizals in hand. So here I need to... Oh man. There was a way. If I'd sequenced it differently, I could have won that game. Shit. I mean, he had to draw a dragon and I had to draw a dispute for this to... yeah, I should have done this. Yeah, I should have brainstormed before I play my Steam Vent. Yep. C'est quoi ça? Montre? Mais non, je l'ai trouvé, elle était dans le sac de trucs, c'est quoi? Unstoppable, parfum de linge. Oh bon. This wasn't the intuitive line. I mean, it wouldn't have changed anything. I would still have been punished by Chandra. Like, just to get max information. Also, I give max information by doing this. I mean, there's a lot of things I could have done. Like, take a treasure here so I could go for Nezal. Of course, I'm saying this. Like, paying the 2 life is far from irrelevant. Yeah. I mean, I got super punished right now. But even then, there's still no way I can deal with Chandra. Even let's say I take 2 damage and I counter the the sprite, then I still lose to Chandra. Because I do counter the sprite. I don't have the mana for dispute here because I use the dispute. The thing is, was the extra info before playing Steam Vent optional? Over the extra info for waiting? The thing is, you kind of want the info for your brainstorm, right? Like you want... You also want to show that you might have a dispute. I don't know. It's tough. Like, we can talk about that play for a while. Oh man, at this point my little guy comes in to show me something. Now I'm like, yep, there's no way I can deal with that guy. So Shenna would still have resolved because I still wouldn't have any removal here. And no, it does not. Does not have a lockable door. And this is one Chandra in the list, yeah. Like, this is the only way I could get super punished. The rest, I was fine with the rest. So now I just put Nezal and land and have to reshuffle everything. So now I have to put Nezal back into the deck. I could have played another Steam Vent here, take 2, but this is also pretty... Yeah, at this point I can't come back from this. So even though I could have played it a little differently, Magma Opus, just make a treasure, sack a treasure to make a treasure. Yeah, I would have lost that game. Yeah, it wouldn't have changed anything. I would have still lost. There was no way out. Thanks, E1. But weren't you a bit too afraid of 2 damage? I mean, this is like this is not, you don't play the same game as game 1, or you just go off. When you just go off and just win on 1 turn. It's very grindy and they can win from behind. And the 2 damage are super relevant. I think if he doesn't draw Chandra, I'm in a fine spot. I mean, I'm not having the wand. I'm still in a decent shape. While knowing that, like, I kind of draw like only lands for the remainder of the game, it doesn't make any difference. Maybe I would have lost anyway, but the Chandra was really good. I mean, I can't come back from Chandra. He got good draws, and there's no way. Like, I'm not coming back from this. Not on the draw. So good job, kudos to him. Why I lose this game, and that's it. Then you don't see my game 1 against. Where's my? You don't get to see my game 1 against Logan, but that was. That was pretty brutal. Like, he had like the miscast in game 2. Ouais, bah je sais, mais ça fait chier quoi. I don't know. Oh, that's not me. What? Oh, here we go. So this is quite a shitty hand. But I have a turn 3, Yeah, the thing is, John, like, I played again and again, and I still, like... Like, as long as I don't see that something is really wrong, I'm fine with it. I would have lost the games I lost, and maybe the few little things I could have done differently would have improved my chances, but I would still have lost. And yeah, this game is just brutal. So he doesn't have. So I just wait a turn, right? Yeah, I don't play it. I have a mistake. I have a dispute. I have a dispute, like in the. Oh man, he draws the second command. This is so painful to watch, man. This is so painful to watch. Hi. I drew another land, okay. Well, now I have to go for it. And of course he drew the second command and then I just lose. Yeah. Wow. That is so brutal. I mean, I can't wait here. The one oh, against Sperling. Yeah, against Sperling is different. We can watch this game too, but I'm pretty... Un t-shirt qui court très vite. Ah ouais, c'est un coup qui court très très vite.
Le rouge.
Un t-shirt rouge qui court très vite.
Ouais. A fait. Moi. C'est mon doudou. Maman, quoi.
Tu cours très très vite.
Ouais. Arrête, gars.
Dire bonjour?
Non.
Pas dire bonjour?
Câlin.
Tu as un câlin? Il a fait un câlin. Un câlin!
Oh! Regarde, regarde on fait là. Regarde mon...
Qu'est-ce que tu fais dedans?
Monter sur...
Monter sur papa. Allez. À tout à l'heure, mon dude.
Ok.
Ok, j'ai avec toi. Avec toi, d'accord. Caca. Ah, c'est joli, tiens. Ah, bravo.
Et pipi.
Et pipi aussi. Eh ben, bravo, tiens.
Et caca boudin. Pipi au prout.
Allez, à tout à l'heure. Merci, Murena. Ils font chier ces gosses à taxer des câlins comme ça. Yeah, and then I just lose because there's nothing I can do. Well, then I'm just dead. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh yeah. So people in the chat. So what they say? Why did I GG? Oh, but he didn't even concede after the GG. What are you talking about? Didn't concede after the GG. I'm super dead. What are you talking? What are you saying? Was it before the GG? When did that good game? Next turn. Oh, but what is a good game? Yeah, well. Oh yes, yeah, GG here. No, I didn't know. I wanted to check. Alvin and Marshall always talk about, you know, people do GG and do immediately. I mean, at this point, I'm 100% dead. Like, there's no way I'm not dead here. Alright, so that was my Sunday. No, I mean, the game I was the most worried about was against David, but I was losing anyway. So no, there was a game against, like, people say I BM. It's impolite. It's impolite not to concede. What's impolite is GGing before you win the game. That's the impolite. Then this GG is actually a mental game if you know, if you actually And then you apologize in the end, but. And what else they have to? Yeah, there was another game. The game against Sperling was winnable. Also, this is like, I don't think you played that way. Where was it? Oh, here, yeah. Is it game 3? Oh yeah, that's game 3. I would play it again. I would play it the exact same way again, I think. Alright, so this is like at 8-1 on day 2. And remember guys, I do not know Matt's hand. That's pretty important. That's a pretty important thing to keep in mind. And I know exactly his sideboard plans too. So he played well because like he doesn't make it look like he has nothing. But my hand is pretty stacked. And I have ways to protect my combo. Or to protect my Nizal from like not. But why would I go for it? That sounds so bad. Like here's actually the right play. And I make a token. Let's watch it together and let's see if I played bad. It's so easy to say, oh, I would have gone for it 100%. Yeah, of course you would have done it 100%. You know his hand. Why would you not go for it? That doesn't make any sense. He's on full control for some reason. So here I could go for it and win. But, okay, here. Like 3 mana is so bad. Like 6 cards in hand, my hand is blank. I have nothing. It's not even counterspell, it's even like if he has Prismary Command, that's also super bad. Like going for it right now is so bad with my hand. Like I can't, the only thing I have to do is go in before he can play Nizal. Like even I can't do it next turn. Like next turn my play is fine next turn. I can wait 1 turn. What happens next? I don't remember what happens next. Goes a land, okay. I didn't go for it next turn. Maybe that was bad. So what do I do here? Like I mean, yeah, 6 cards in hand, that's a lot. Like 6 cards no play. So the thing, so why don't I go there? Why don't I go for it here? So yeah, maybe. I don't know. So I draw iteration. And the only thing is that, so what do I do here? Remember, my opponent has 6 cards in hand. And I'm not under any kind of pressure. Do you go for it here, John? What do you do? Knowing that you can craft your hand. Oh, the odds are pretty high at this point, I think. Tu vas pas là. You just play your stuff and get like you. I know that. Like the only thing I'm worried about is Nezahal. And I have a Shark Typhoon here. So I'm like, there's no reason to actually go for it yet. I get the Shark Typhoon, play a land and pass. I think that's fine. Like I can double memory lapse here. There's no reason to go for it. I can memory lapse twice here. I'm fine. Like the only thing I'm worried about is Nizahal. Like as soon as he has like 6 mana, I'll have to go for it. That's pretty. I think that's pretty much what I think. Yeah, that's. I'm not. The other John. The winning John, not the douchebag John. So what do? I brainstorm here? I think I brainstorm because I need to see what I get next, and I get like 2 more lands, like no more action. So here I'm. So here I'm like, well, I kind of have to go for it. I'll just play this. So now I have 2 turns, right? So now I put this and like now I have to move because I won't be able to play around Nizahal because I'm gonna draw 2 more lands. What do I do here? So now I can just end of turn make big Shark Typhoon. Tu fais un tour. Car sur drone des ailes, tu peux le casser le tour suivant. Normal. Yeah. Here maybe I should have played untapped. Like my plan is to just do it next turn anyway. Yeah, maybe I should have played tapped. I don't know. Okay. What does it matter? And now he draws the command. Could have gone for it here. Well, that didn't change anything from last turn. Like nothing changed. Why would I go this turn, not last turn? Because I had a Shark Typhoon. Yeah, but I had Shark. I had. Oh yeah, no, I didn't have it. Yeah. Yeah, that was the first time. Yeah, that was the first time. Yeah, I mean, against 6 cards in hand, that's still very likely you get countered. Yeah, maybe I should have gone for it this turn. And now I'm like... Well, that doesn't, like, no board state doesn't mean anything. Because I wanted to make a bigger one. So now the only card I'm really worried about. So that's the thing. He has done 0 library manipulation. And only 1 card. Like he has 2 of them in the whole deck that I'm worried about. He has 2 Nizahals, and he needs to have it in his hand. That's the only scenario why my play is bad. It's maybe too conservative, but it's... Maybe I should have played the memory lapse as well. It's close, I think. I think they're good in different ways. Now drawing so many cards, I'm like, Yeah, now he has miscast. He has everything now, and now I just lose to Nizal, and it's painful because so with my hand, I could also lose to big sharks. Like I don't deal well with big sharks, so I need to wait for as long as possible to play my Shark Typhoon. There's one turn I should have played my creativity. That's the one turn I missed the opportunity. But with him not doing anything for 6 turns, like he doesn't have any library manipulation and nothing to get on the board, so it's very likely he has interaction. And with me having a big Shark Typhoon end of turn, I can just, you know, I don't know. I think this game is... I could have won it had I known his hand, but it's actually pretty hard to figure out. Yeah, from this point I'm just dead because he plays Nizal and I'm just dead. And you see me like 7 mana. Yeah, well, easy to say now. And now I know I lost because now he had the one opportunity to realistically go for it and it was close, yeah. Like the thing is, I go for it, I fail, and he goes off, and then I'm just dead. That's the thing. It doesn't go off because he can play mine and creativity. He could go off. He could go off Sheepye. That's what Dwarven Mine is for. I don't know about Commenzianium. Honestly, I don't want to think about it. I don't have to work on it. I'm not gonna play any historic event in the next 5 months. So by the time I play historic again, this thing is gonna be gone. I just wanted to go over my games to make sure I like didn't play too bad, or I think that decision was really complicated. Didn't work out because, well, he had what he needed to have to beat me. That felt bad, but I don't think it was, you know, I don't think it was that bad. That's the only match I lost in historic in the rounds. So yeah, turns out that didn't go well. And you can see, like, I'm gonna lose with 3 memory lapses in my hand. Yeah, and then I lose. And then all the other matches I'm just like getting slammed by all the other games. They don't show any of my other feature matches, the ones I actually win. My weakness? I think I don't even play them bad. It would be bad if I... Oh man, this hand. Look at this hand. Ah, Forrest, where are you? Oh, you should have at f6, yeah. Yeah, he didn't go. I beat that deck the next round. Man, this was a forest. That my hand would have been so good. And that was, yeah, and that was such a blowout. What they say? Oh yeah, here I made a little mistake here. Why'd you tap the Gargaros? That was so bad. Yeah, I'm so gonna block with Gargaros with my last. What's my last creature? Why didn't you attack? Like, so here's what happened. Well, it was like, which round was it? 11th. It was already too late. He was way past his bedtime. Ah, le Cinder Class, il m'a démonté là. So here they're like, why do you tap the Gargaroth and not the cats? That's what the chat was about. Like, what are you talking about? So at this point, I don't know if I wanted. I should have known, of course, if I wanted to attack with the cats or not. So I'm pretty sure the chariot is gonna die. Like, there's no question that then the chariot is gonna die. But why do you attack into a 3/3 first strike against red? Well, I do want to trade for a burn spell, so my Gargaros has more chances to survive. I don't think I'm winning this game, but the only way I can win this game is by like trading for his burn spells. So at this point, maybe I'm like, maybe I attack with the cats, but then I think, man, if he has a Prismary command, I just lose my whole board. I lose my chariot, I lose my 2 cats. There's no reason, like, that's not gonna work. So I just attack with the first cat, and then that's it's still a drama. Yeah, I think it also loses to a lot of red cap melees. But on the car. You've been okay. Trading off Gargaros via attack all. No, but I just played I shouldn't have played Gargaros in the first place. But like, I got a little confused here. So the thing is, I should have played Gargaros after attacks, of course. But at this point, I'm like, I'm gonna attack with the cats. I'm like, oh yeah, maybe attacking with the cats is not a good idea. So instead of like making the mistake again, instead of like making 2 mistakes, I only make 1. No, I would never block with Gargaroth. There's no way I block with Gargaroth. So like, yep. So here I'm like, oh, but then they attack, you just block, right? Il jouait non, 2 Cinder. Non, mais sa version a été horrible. Now his version had like 2 Cinderclasms, 4 Spike Hazards. His version was really bad for us. The matchup was terrible. Yeah, but why don't you block with the drag? Like, yeah, I'm not blocking. Oui? Tu veux pas de bonbons? Bah non, mange pas de bonbons. Tu veux un bonbon? Faut demander à maman ça. Je sais pas si elle va te le donner. Et rends-moi ma thune. C'est le truc de ta chaîne. C'est ce que tu mets sur ta petite chaîne. Tu me rends ma thune? Tu me rends mes sous? Regarde mes sous?
ici.
Tu veux aller là-bas? Tu veux faire quoi là-bas? Ah, tu veux mettre les sous là-bas? Vas-y, ouais, ça marche. So I could have blocked with the... Could have blocked with Gagaras, but at this point... Like I'm not blocking. Like there's no way I block here. C'est très bien contre... contre Naya Token. Ça tue beaucoup de bêtes d'un coup, c'est super bien. So here I drew my second red, which was good. And at this point, I'm actually not too bad. Ciao John, merci. Like there's no way I block with... Non, non, ferme pas la porte. Non, tu vas faire une bêtise. La vanne, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Okay, I close your office door, okay? So I can go steal some bonbon. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Qu'est-ce que tu fais, dude? So here there's just no way I block. Even if just a dragon, maybe he wouldn't have attacked, but there's no way I blocked. Now I have the Yagarath and... So maybe my timing was not great, and my sequencing was not great, but it doesn't really matter at this point. So the 3/3 is unlikely to do anything, and I probably want to draw some Embercleave or another Gagarath or Redcap melee. Yeah, nah, I just lose, yeah. Let's wait to them on my Gagaras and I'm just dead. It was actually not too far. Oh no, I'm just dead, yeah. And I die. Or pass fly, yeah. I could have won on like not even. Yeah, I don't know what he did. Let me check the results. He didn't tell us. I don't remember what he said he did. Final standings. So he made top 64. You know what that means. Do you play in August? I do not know. Cine will ban Brainstorm soon. That son, I do not know. From earlier, what's your question? Oh, Seth. I mean, he plays well. Plays well. He draws well. He has good matchups. He has he's making very few mistakes. I mean, that's normal that he wins, right? For years? Actually, not for so long. For just like the last 4 or 5 years. Well, that's long, but I mean, he's good. He's good. Let us know. What do you want me to say? 15 is not too long. Yeah, it's 15, yeah. All your cards, they may ban one of them. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, just wait a couple weeks and you'll see. PV streak is more impressive, I think. I saw you, oh, thank you, Let's Talk Limited. I saw you posted something on Twitter. I'll check it out. Way to make people, Magda believers. Well, the thing is, I'm the only one who actually win with it. So hopefully you guys also win with it. But among pros and believers, I'm the only one who actually win. Oh, did you play with the Mardu? Oh, you play with Mardu vehicles? Alright. I'll check it out. The Magda believers. Alright. I don't like Fatal Push in Historic right now. Fatal Push doesn't do anything in Historic. Like, it's not good enough. I play Helix, it's 3 damage to the face. And Fatal Push does not do much against like dragons or even Phoenix. I wouldn't. If I played black, would not be for this. All right. I think went over most of what happened last weekend. So yeah, as I said, so just the conclusion for all this. Conclusion for all this, or leash, or the leash enchantment for 6. Or Bola Citadel would be nice. So yeah, it was good to make another top 8. Feels good to still have it sometimes. I feel bad for different reasons. First of all, that I didn't win. I felt pretty bad not winning a match yesterday, so that kind of sucked. But not much I could do. We saw it. Not much I could do about it. It being one of the last opportunities. Well, good for my wallet a little bit. Could have been better in other times, but it's fine for my wallet. It's better than nothing for my wallet. So yeah, so that's one of the good things. it being one of the last opportunities to win a PT is kind of horrible. Like, it kind of hits me hard that it's like one of the very last ones I get to play. That kind of made me emotional yesterday. Also, I said that on Twitter, but I kind of realized that the last 3 times I play tested or like played something that we had in common with Nassif, was Gab. The last 3 times I top 8'd. So it feels like out of 100 and something PTs I played, I could have been like on Gap's side, on someone else's side, and would have done so much better. Like, I had so many I fell short so many times. Like, I was that close from, you know how many top 16s I have in PTs, how many top 32s, how many times I was, no, there were grand finals, players finals, and this time. No, I mean, there's still one season, like 3 more PTs, and that's it. I don't mean to requalify. I'm still qualified. So many times I was so close, and I was either missing, like, I don't know, maybe I just cracked under pressure, maybe I was just like, I didn't have the right deck I needed, and there's so many things that could have been different. And one of the things I think was the most important was that I didn't have the right support, the right team support, and maybe I never really found what I needed. Like, something I have, like, sometimes right now, when I have like the right people that have my back, and you know, that feels strange over 25 years, you know, if I found the right people to support me, or the right team to work with, I would have been so much more successful. So that's, yeah, in 2 years. So next season is the last one. Not the same way now. Thank you, Happy Boy. So yes, I might be good. I might be good. I might be, like, take this as, like, I'm not trying to be, like, you know, braggy or like not modest or modest or whatever. Just take it how I'll tell you how I feel. And if you think I'm a dick, that's fine too. Like, I might be one of the best players. I might be. Even though I still make tons of mistakes and I still don't play 100%, I'm far from being the best. But I might be one of the best players. I feel like over my career, I wasted a lot of my potential. I think I could have won so much more in better circumstances. I feel like a lot of people say like, you know, Raph would win so much more if he wouldn't play his shitty decks. That's partly true. Also, it's part of like my signature. So I don't know if that's a thing. It could be, maybe not. Maybe they wouldn't have changed a thing. Maybe I would have been on a different team and I would have lost and I would have not even be Hall of Fame. But it kind of feels like your wife would be happier if that would happen, if I won more. Now she has all the diamonds she needs. All the gold and the diamonds. No, just kidding. So, yeah, I feel like now I feel that, like, looking back, because, you know, we're getting to the end, like the game is almost over, and I feel like, yeah, kind of wasted it. I could have been better. Could have won more. Well, didn't win more, and you know, adding like a top 8 to the resume is good. I don't know if it's gonna matter in the end. When I know that's gonna sound pretty dark, but when we're dead, doesn't matter how many top 8s you have in your life. But when you're still living, I'm not giving up on Magic. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that this is not gonna be the same. I'm not giving up on Magic. I'm still gonna be doing stuff. I don't know what's gonna happen next, and it's very likely it's not gonna be the same way it used to be. So, I mean, that's what I'm doing the best. Raph, 6 top finishes. So yeah, that's it's feels kind of strange. Feels kind of strange. Could have one more, but I didn't. The change could be even better than used to be. Fairly, I'll tell you fairly confidently, no. There's almost zero chance. There's a hope, like that's what people are living for, you know, hope. There's hope, but it's very unlikely. Close to zero, I would say. Big limited event, why? What would, like, it doesn't matter if they push limited events or whatever. If they don't have the support for pro players, it's not gonna be the same. It's not gonna be the same. Like, I'm not gonna go. Imagine if the tournament scene is only Grand Prix, I would never go. There's no reason to go. It's so hard. Yeah, probably. You're probably right, Pierre. And that kind of sucks because, you know, in the end, we might not be the ones spending the most money, but we're definitely the most committed, since we committed our whole life to it. And I know I rant about it like a few streams ago, and that feels really bad. That feels really bad. They fucked up so bad that, and we're the ones paying. We're the most committed people. We spent literally our whole lives playing the game, showing up, and having our names with the brand. Like, my Twitter handle is Levy MTG. Like, how much can you get? How more committed to the game can you be? And you get just you get flipped off and say, yeah, okay, well, we don't need you anymore, thanks, bye. It's okay. I mean, we can do other things. It's just not very grateful for like company making so much money. Like, not committing the resources to help the most committed players. It's not like, you know, we work in a factory job. You're like, oh, but I worked 40 years in a factory job. Yeah, I mean, factory jobs, you can't find another factory job. Like, this is very different. This is a set of skills that's like, I can translate them to other things, and I might have made like a lot more money doing something else with what I could do, but that's not what I did. I committed my time to Magic and competitive Magic. I might do something else, and I'm fine doing that. That just feels a little strange. I was one of the true wielders of Berkeley. Yeah. Oh wells. Before we actually part ways. So I'm probably tonight, since I'm still completely jet lagged, I'm probably gonna stream tonight. I'm gonna competitive parenting. Now that would be pretty unhealthy. I'm gonna continue playing the Spellcaster on SNE on Master System. If you want to hang out, that's cool. It's gonna be later tonight, so join our Discord. We do MH2 draft on Wednesday. I'll post some constructed decks, and if you need some help in draft, While you're around video games, follow the YouTube page, please. Helps me, grow that channel. So maybe people watch it sometimes. That'd be great. Just takes 2 clicks. It'd be sweet. What else? Oh yeah. And then for so if you're interested in coaching sessions, if you want to win these arena opens, or if you just want to improve your game, yeah, I'll put it on YouTube. If you want to improve your game, lots have done that. I'm on Metafy, so if you want some coaching session, private coaching sessions to see what you're doing wrong and what you could do better, it's the best way to actually improve. I just started Metafy, so find some people will tell you about their experience. You will have some. They will tell you how it goes exactly. Yeah, if you can afford it and you want to do it, then it's a great way. And that's probably what I'm gonna do later when competitive Magic is gone and it's all about the grinders. I can help the grinders get better. That might be my way out. And hopefully this +1 top 8 will help my case. Oh, I'm not blaming anything. I understand Harv 8. Harv 8. I don't regret anything. I don't regret anything. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, a necklace of Moxen would be more expensive than actual stones. Yeah, there was some talks, but there were some talks, but in the end that was not even. I didn't even have to lobby that much, because most people recognized what I had, and I proved them that I was worthy. But it was not so obvious to a lot of people. Jenkin Commander, I think that's possible. That's not my specialty, but give me enough time to look into it and I'll probably be able to. I mean, the game is the same. I would still need to understand the meta game, but there's a good chance I'm able to help you, yes. I was still active, yeah. I was still active, but like most of the other players, I had top 8'd like before my time. Like the very first PTs, like they had a lot of top 8s then, and that's like that was in their favor, but then they just stopped. I had the one PT top 8. Tu prévois de faire du cul après le débrief? Non, je vais arrêter là. Je vais voir les petits. We'll see what happens. Thank you, Mike MTG. We're in 2005. And 2005 was Finkel, Hovey, Ula, Darwin, and what's the 5th one? When was Alan Comer? Was he in the first one? He might have been the first class. Yeah, it is. What, Ule, Hovey, Finkel, Castle, and Comer. I think that's 5. See, with that, yeah, I think Harvate was not talking about like before the induction, was after. Possibility to make Magic open like other sports. I mean, football. The thing is, the competition, you can't do that, but it doesn't matter. As long as you don't have one recognized league, it's not the same. Like, do you know who won all the Star City Opens? And you need a prize support for that, but not only a prize support, you need like you need to support the pro players. Mais je le connais ce t-shirt. C'est écrit Enjoy Brooklyn.
Ça va vite, hein.
Il va très très vite ce t-shirt.
Encore plus vite que toi.
Ah bah oui, bah tu vas beaucoup plus vite que moi, c'est sûr.
C'est un papa copain celui-là?
C'est un papa copain? Ouais, c'est un papa copain. Viens dire bonjour Coco. So yeah, you need to support the pro plays and not just the tournaments, because the tournaments are like you can win, you can lose. Hein? Non, mais tu mets pas tes pieds dessus, qu'est-ce que tu fais là?
Maman avait pas fait du soupe.
Elle prépare de la soupe, maman?
Pour moi.
Pourquoi faire? C'est bon la soupe?
C'est pour moi ça.
C'est pour toi la soupe?
C'est encore plus fort que toi, papa.
Tu es encore plus fort que moi? Oh non.
Moi, manger des soupes.
Yeah, you don't want to do the.
Regarde celui-là.
Oh, c'est un oiseau. You don't want to have the like the poker bind system. That's just bad. You don't want to do. That's just not. Quoi? Tu veux que je te remette dessus?
Encore grandir encore.
Mais ouais, mais il est trop petit ton pantalon, Coco.
Parce que m'a encore grandir. M'a encore grandir.
Mais je sais que tu grandis.
Caca boudin.
Non, la vanne bouge. La vanne bouge. Tu fais des bêtises, Coco. Tu fais des bêtises.
Non.
Tu fais des bêtises.
Non.
Vas-y, va aider maman à faire la soupe, j'arrive.
Ah ouais.
Why is it bad? Because the only reason you can play pro magic is because you can, you know, live off the pro thing. Like, you support it even if you lose. And magic is too hard, as in like the random factor is too high to rely on winnings alone. And if you have to travel to pay buy-ins, you're never gonna get any money, and you can't rely on that to live. That's just not possible. You just, like, it's not healthy, and you're not gonna make enough money. How much you have to win every time? Like, let's say you pay $500 buy-ins, and even you have to win once, but if you don't win, you're never gonna make any money. You're gonna be in for so much money until you win once, and you're never sure to win once. So this is not possible. Some people are thinking competition would come back, since just like in other esports, for example. It's different system. Well, yeah, if it's online, yeah. I mean, it was not. That was part of Wizards' budget, and since they, you know, I don't know. Again, that's my perception, but I kind of feel like they messed it up. They messed it up. They wasted a lot of money on different things. So there's not much we can do, and we are the first ones to suffer it. The employees that messed up, they'll find another job. They'll move around. They'll be moved around. and it's unlikely they suffer as much as we do. Like, yeah, we messed up. Okay, bye. Sorry, guys. I'll do something else. Yeah, well, because your job is not to actually play the game. We're supposed to play the game. That's what we've been told to do. That's what we signed. That's what we signed contract for. We were asked to sign contracts, exclusivity contracts, with enough money so we could dump everything as we were doing, and not access sponsorships from a lot of different things. We're not allowed to play other games. A lot of things like this. So going from this to, you know, we can't support you anymore and you're not welcome. Still a little here. Anyway, on this very bright note, I'll see you guys around probably tonight. I'm not naming anybody. I have no idea. All right. All right, see you tonight. If you want to talk more around like a Master System game, I'll play later tonight. It's fun. You should come. It's actually pretty entertaining. Otherwise, I'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you so much for your support as well. It's really appreciated. And yeah, I'll see you around.